I did tell him yesterday. Nobody has. I mean.
Oh, no. And they go.
Yep.
Dang it.
Morning. This is the June 8th, 2021 board meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 8:43 a.m. So if you're, just a reminder about some protocols, we are in a hybrid meeting situation based on the provisions of the Governor Abbott's temporary suspension of provisional provisions of the Opens Meeting Act. So it's going to be a hybrid situation. So for those of you virtual, if you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device, computer, or tablet, please mute it until it's your time to speak, and also say your name if you're virtual, and raise your hand here during your verbal vote, so that we can ensure a proper count. I'll also try to announce the names of the board members who are, making second or first motions. So at this time, Dr. Kirsch, if I could get the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners.
Absolutely, Dr. Yu. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Would you please also call roll and confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, sir, Dr. Yu. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Present.
Dr. George Kirch, present. Miss Lois Palermo.
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher. Dr. Linda Burke.
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
Present.
Dr. David Yu.
Here.
Miss Lori Jones.
Present.
Miss Catherine Sisk.
Present.
And Miss Marquita Pride. She's on Zoom now.
She will not be joining us.
She will not be. Okay. All right. Dr. Yu, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. And at this time, I'd like to have Ms. Nichols have a discussion on the approval of minutes from the previous board meeting. And just a reminder that written minutes reflect what happened in our previous meeting, and then they are approved. So we can recommend editorial changes, but not amend what actually happened, like we can't vote and such. So the proposed minutes are in your packet. And I'd like to ask for a discussion on it first, and then we can approve the minutes. Okay, so any discussion first on it?
Anyone have any changes for us?
Don't you need a motion to adopt and then discuss?
No, I want to make it, because if we do the motion, then we have to, reverse the motion, and then we have to make a new motion on that. So any discussion on the previous minutes?
On underneath 5A, agreed settlement orders, it says a motion was made, Dr. Henderson, and seconded by Dr. Jones. Sorry, Lori.
No, I was gonna say that one too.
Soon it'll be DR.
Okay.
I know. I was
Any other
thinking-
discussion?
We'll make that correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Palermo. So do I hear a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch and Dr. Melcher seconds. Thank you. So here we go.
Was there any further discussion?
Any further discussion on this? Thank you. So the next on the agenda.
Well, we need to vote on the motion.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. So all show of hands for approval of the motion. It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, board. Next on the agenda, recognition of the presiding officer, Ms. Nichols.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Yu. We'd like to welcome you and into your new position. Board staff is very excited. Dr. David Tillman has a few words for the board. We'd like to welcome Dr. Tillman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nichols, and thank you, board. Just came to recognize the new appointees on our board. Ms. Pride, Dr. Maldonado, welcome to the board. Is this picking up? Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. And the reappointees, Dr. Bob McNeil, Dr. Margot Melcher, congratulations on your appointment to the board. You know, all of us here are now.
Oh, sorry, sir.
No, you're good. I just need to get closer, I guess. Okay. And to congratulate this board on being here in person. There's nothing better than being in person for this discussions. I would just encourage you to follow exactly what Dr. Kirsch mentioned, the mission of the board, and as you convene, continue to keep that as your priority as you move forward, the health and safety of the public and the safe practice of industry. So I'd encourage you, congratulations on getting back together in person, and the new appointees and the reappointees. But I also would like to recognize Dr. David Yu, the new presiding officer of this body, of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. Dr. Yu, you now are the face of this board. Everything you do will be as a representative of the board, and so congratulations to you. Congratulations through the governor and as appointed through the Senate. So it's a strong charge. It's that I know you'll take humbly and with professionalism, and continue just a long legacy of members, board members, presiding officers that have kept this practice of dentistry safe. I would also like to present to you a special part of being presiding officer, and that's the presiding officer pin. All of us hopefully will be wearing our board member pins, but as the presiding officer, there's a little special treat, and that is the presiding officer pin. It is in a mahogany case. It has the seal of Texas. And then as I open the case, inside there's a mirror that states presiding officer, again with the seal of Texas. And the pin is in a pillow that has the state flag of Texas. The pin itself is actually a little bit different than board member pins. It's 16 karat gold with filigree and assigned with circulating the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. And then in the middle, there's a ruby. So if you could, Dr. Yu, if you could approach me, I would love to pin you as the new presiding officer through our governor and as appointed through the Senate to you.
And Dr. Tillman, I think I can speak for the entire board. Thank you for your service. You got us through some rough times, and we will never forget you. And I hope I can rise up to the bar you set.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'll still be around. Congratulations, board, and the best to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. We greatly appreciate it. I can speak for, I think, all of us when we say we miss you greatly. And it was strange to not have you here yesterday. So, we appreciate those times. And yes, thank you, Dr. Yu, and thank you to our new board members. We're so excited to have you working with us. I think it's going to be a great few years. Yeah.
Thanks for the honor, guys. So next on the agenda, nominations for board secretary.
Yes, so we are actually going to move this to the end of the board meeting today. It'll be the last thing we vote on. We'll do it before the agency activity reports. We'll ensure that all the board members are here, though. If you have to run out, Dr. Munoz, we'll make sure to do our vote before he has to go. But for the sake of time, we'll just go ahead and go on to our these resolutions.
Okay, so at this time, we're looking at agreed settlement orders, and I would like to call on Ms. Stutter to lead discussion on this.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. The agreed settlement orders are in your materials for review. Board staff asks that you approve the orders as presented.
Do I hear a motion to approve the agreed settlement? Dr. McNeil and Dr. Burke seconds. Any discussion? See none. I guess we could show hands. All in favor is unanimous. Thank you, board. So motion passes. Remedial plans, Ms. Stutter.
The remedial plans are also in your materials for your review. Board staff asks that you approve the remedial plans as presented.
I hear a motion to approve remedial plans. It's Dr. Kirsch, seconded by Dr. Henderson. Any discussion? Okay, so the motion is to approve as presented. Can I show of hands for approval? All in favor, unanimous? Thank you, board. That's good. Nothing to complain. So the next is agreed administrative penalties. So do I hear a motion, Ms. Starter first, on agreed administrative penalties?
Yes, same thing. The board asked that our staff asked that the board approve the agreed administrative penalties as presented.
Motion to approve agreed administrative penalties. Ms. Jones and Dr. Cure seconds. Any discussion? Hands for agreed administrative penalties as presented. Unanimous once again. Thank you, board. Next on the agenda is consent orders. Ms. Studdard.
Board staff again asked that the board approve the consent orders as presented.
Motion to approve consent orders as presented. Dr. Kirsch, seconded by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion? See none. Show of hands for approval of consent orders as presented. Unanimous once again. Thank you, board. So pre-ISC recommendations, Ms. Studdard.
The board asked, or staff asked that the board approve the pre-ISD recommendations of dismissal as presented.
I'm sure you've looked it all over. So do we have a motion? Dr. Henderson motions and Dr. Kirsch seconds. Any discussion, board? Let's see none. All show of hands for approval of the pre-IC recommendations of dismissal. Unanimous once again. Thank you. Discussion on post-ISC recommendations of dismissal. Anything you want to mention, Ms. Studdard?
Just simply that the board staff asked that the board approve the post-ISD recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Why do you hear a motion? So moved. Okay, Dr. Kirsch and Dr. Maldonado seconds. Any discussion? See none. All in favor? All in favor of approval of post-IC dismissal? All is unanimous again. Thank you, board. Motion to approve ISC panel's recommendation. And this is a one consent order. Ms. Studdard.
This is actually a modification order. This case was presented to an ISC panel where the respondent was asking to modify his board order that was ratified on March 6, 2020. Specifically, he sought to remove the restriction from his license that prohibited him from performing endodontic procedures. The ISC panel recommends that the board deny the request.
We have a motion to approve ISC panel's recommendations.
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch, seconded by Dr. Melcher. Any discussion? See none. Show of hands for approval of ISC panel's recommendation. Once again, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, board. We have no specific orders, correct? Okay, so we'll skip that. Discussion on cases heard before SOA, docket 504-21-1489. Ms. Studdard.
We have our staff attorney, Carrie Bruner, who will present a little bit of background and board staff recommendation for this case.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. The hearing in this matter convened on April 12th of 2021. The respondent did not appear, and we requested that the administrative law judge grant a default dismissal and remand this matter back to y'all. On April 14th, the administrative law judge issued order number 2, order of default dismissal. Staff recommends that the board move to adopt this order as attached and revoke Mr. Nolan's dental assistant registration number 108964.
I'll make a motion. Okay, so the motion is to accept staff's recommendation for the revocation of Jerome Lee Nolan, dental assistant registration number 108964. Do I have a second on that? Dr. Melcher. So it was motioned by Dr. Kirsch and seconded by Dr. Melcher. Any discussion on this case? See none. Show of hands once again for approval. So motion passes. Thank you, board. All right. Unanimous, yes, thank you. So this case is ongoing case. Ms. Nichols, would you like to explain Mr. Harris or Dr. Harrison's?
I will be turning the floor over to Ms. Sutter.
So we have our AG, our AG representative, Dennis McKinney, I believe, who is joining us by Zoom and will give us a background on this case.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, is my client been let in on Zoom?
And let's
Pending, and I don't think it's been let.
let's confirm that Dr. Harrison is on Zoom.
We'll let him in now. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm sorry.
Do you know what he's using? Harrison, no.
What about,
There was an unnamed account trying to get in. We're wondering if that was him.
No, it wasn't. There's someone on there called iPhone.
Right.
Don't know who that is. But there's no one named Harrison. I did let in a person who said let in.
Dennis.
So there should be a audio enabled by that. Yeah, McKinney can hear us.
Yes, it's an iPhone.
It is iPhone? Okay.
I'm used to the whole day standing up because I'm used to doing it.
It's easier to hear you, so we appreciate that.
So McKinney's in there, then I guess iPhone, whatever y'all say it. No, just Dennis McKinney.
Dr. Henderson, are you there? I'm sorry, Dr. Harrison, are you there?
No. Oh, you want Harrison in as well?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I thought you said.
two of them.
Okay, there's two of them. All right, so there's McKinney, Harrison's coming in then.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
iPhone activated.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Harrison.
Hi.
Hi, this is the Texas State Dental Board, and we're about to discuss your case. First, we're going to have Mr. McKinney, if you would please provide a background.
Good morning, Lauren, you ready for me?
We're ready.
Okay, great. Just make sure. Okay, this case was taken to SOA, and the ALJ found that like there are about six different findings of violations, according to failing to record vitals, failed to do scaling, failing to get a written informed consent, and then let's see, failed to document the amount of BLT used, and then billed for two extractions that didn't happen, and then he failed to follow rules on minimal sedation. That's what the ALJ found. The board adopted those findings and issued punishment of $3,000 and 18 hours of CE plus a jurisprudential assessment. The trial court reversed the conclusion, two of the conclusions about the anesthesia and the overcharging. So, but then affirmed the rest. The court of, it was appealed to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals examined the whole thing, and they remanded it because two of the six findings were reversed in the trial court as being lacking substantial evidence. So the Court of Appeals said the board needs to review the sanctions based solely on the remaining findings. There's about 4 findings. The Court of Appeals did not say the sanctions were too harsh, but they said that were previously imposed that they weren't. They didn't say they were too harsh. They didn't really examine those at all, and they just said that the board needs to consider only the findings that were held up by the trial court, and not the 2 findings that were reversed, and determine whether the sanction is still appropriate or whether some other sanction is appropriate. So that's what they did. The Court of Appeals just sent it back to you guys to take a look at it one more time to decide whether the sanction that was originally imposed was sufficient, or not too harsh for the reduced findings that the trial court ultimately determined were supported by substantial consideration. That's really what they did. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. If not, then that's really all I have for you guys, and y'all just need to reconsider the sanction based on the violations that were upheld by the trial court, and not including the sanctions about the documentation of the BLT used, or the overcharging for the extraction.
Henderson.
Would it be appropriate to make a motion to go in executive session to discuss this with counsel?
Yes, but let's hear from Dr. Harrison's attorney first.
Okay, thank you.
If you could please state your name, your affiliation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Chad Baruch. I'm the attorney for Dr. Harrison. Don't be scared by this notebook. I'm going to be brief, I promise. I compliment you. I sat in the state bar board meeting 2 nights ago, and we were there till 8 o'clock at night. So I want to compliment your capable leadership for moving your agenda quickly. You're fortunate. This is, and Dr. Harrison is with us. He is by Zoom. His daughter's having a birthday, and they had already made family plans to be in California. As I said, I'll be very brief. This all stems from treatment rendered a decade ago when Dr. Harrison was a young dentist. He no longer sees patients. I'm sure most of you know he's the CEO of Mint Dentistry in Dallas now. And all of this really began with what we now know was a false allegation by a disgruntled ex-employee. The really serious, most serious by far allegation was that he was committing billing fraud. And the district court concluded that was utterly false. And in fact, it appears that may have been based on some altered records by a disgruntled ex-employee. As the Attorney General's office said, most of the allegations against Dr. Harrison ultimately were rejected either by the administrative law judge or the district court. Eventually, the case went to the Court of Appeals, which sent it back here saying that it needed to be reassessed by this body. The 4 remaining violations, 3 relate to record keeping, 1 relates to the minimal, I guess what is known as the minimal sedation requirement. Dr. Harrison fully recognizes and has that he made mistakes as a young dentist in record keeping. We have not attempted in any way to deny that. He realizes that. And in fact, we have a pretty rigorous training program at Mint as a result of that. We have taken pretty strong steps to ensure that no dentist in our employ will make those types of mistakes again. The minimal sedation violation, he simply believed he was operating under a grandfather clause. He didn't intentionally violate that. He did not set out to do that. He has paid, I will tell you, a fairly steep price. He has long ago complied with all of this body's required sanctions. Those have been completed. He has incurred what I believe to be over $100,000 in legal fees. And to me, the disturbing part of that is that a substantial portion of that was directed at an allegation that everyone in this room now knows was false and made with malicious intent, not by this body, obviously, by a third party. And he's lived with an order that is posted online that refers to ethics training. And I think that's been the hardest part for him, because the only violation that even arguably implicates any ethical misconduct was reversed. The court found there was no evidence to support it, but that's still there for anyone who looks online. They see that he is subject to an ethics training requirement, and that's been professionally embarrassing. And more than that, I think it's been hurtful to him personally that anyone would come away with that impression. We are asking the board to consider one of two alternatives. The first is a remedial plan, essentially would convert this board's sanctions to a remedial plan. I also am asking that the board in closed session at least consider and discuss the possibility of whether a dismissal might be appropriate here, but given everything that has happened and the price that he already has paid. But either way, we are asking you to consider those two options as you go into closed session. And unless there are any questions, I believe that's all my client and I wanted to say to you today. We appreciate you allowing us here and are glad to be back in person with all of you. Thank you.
Can I make a motion to go into executive session?
Was it, do we accept Dr. Henderson's?
It may get appropriate.
So Dr. Kirsch motions for executive session, seconded by Dr. McNeil.
To discuss
To discuss-
Dr. Field Harrison.
Dr. Harrison.
We need to testify.
To discuss Dr. Harrison's case.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed, any opposed, not saying none, unanimous? Oh, time is 9:10. Thank you.
We're gonna stop recording. Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just make sure the
It's very,
streaming is.
if you read it, it's very long. I get another 3 hours of legal.
already.
cases.
You don't even need the juris documents exam. Lucky you, throw it.
So are we supposed to go in this
It's been-
breakout?
Y'all can put it on the Wi-Fi.
I can just go out that doors.
Okay. You gonna do it on his phone?
No, dude.
I'll just set the
Video is live. Oh, yeah, the iPhone guy is the guy that they went into executive session late. So yeah, he's still supposed to be in there. Okay, great. Cool. Okay, so you're on.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's gonna take it a sec.
I'm on. I can hear you guys now.
Did you enable your audio?
I don't know how you.
Sound is live.
Not that one. Someone's audio on. I think it's on his phone.
I can hear you on my phone.
Oh, yes, I get that. Hold on.
Hello? No sound.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
I got you. I hear you.
Thank you for your patience.
I got you.
All right, so.
So I believe staff is asking that the board approve the proposed remedial plan as presented. The remedial plan would have required that Dr. Harrison take 12 hours of CE, 6 hours in minimal conscious sedation, and 6 hours in risk management and record keeping. He has already completed the CE in accordance with his board order. It would have also required that he complete a jurisprudence assessment that he has already since taken. And it would have required that he pay a $500 check or a $500 fee to the board. And that has already been completed as well.
So do we have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to amend the order as stated against Dr. Harrison to a non-disciplinary remedial plan? Dr. Henderson?
Make a motion.
So, second.
Motion by Dr. Henderson, seconded by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion?
I was just ready to vote.
We're ready. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 Dr. Melcher?
Dr. Melcher.
Okay, it's unanimous, all opposed, see none, unanimous. So the motion carries.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Harrison, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Dr. Harrison, your attorney will call and explain everything if you missed any part of it. He was here in the room with us. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the presiding officer report, and you have I wrote a few things on in your packet. First, of course, I'd like to thank Dr. Tillman for his service and critical leadership during this past year, especially. And he served honorably. He will be doing even greater things And we all appreciate his efforts, and he really set a high bar for us, especially in creating a respectful, collaborative culture that we now have. The committee appointments have been done. I believe that each board member's expertise is well represented in each committee, and the committee assignments by statute will be reevaluated every couple of years. But I will reach out to each committee chair to appoint their respective committee vice chair. And the reason why I want to designate each committee vice chair is, in case if the chair, needs out or needs a backup. So we have a designated vice chair for that. And I'll let the committee chairs choose. In the short legislative session, we saw some new bills passed, and Ms. Nichols will update us in her report on that, so thank you. I'll be involved in future legislative sessions that will pass or that will pass and affect dentistry, including LRs and also, involving the entire board with strategic planning. So I look forward to that also. I'll also designate a member of the board to coordinate annual performance reviews of our ED and agency per statute. And Ms. Nichols is close to a year. So I'll get those surveys out soon. And personally, I think she's done an amazing job. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
So in terms of the AADB, I think it's important for our boards, ED and GC, to maintain Texas representation at these meetings. I think it's important for them to go each session for continuity and also to build the relationships between other boards. But we'll continue to cover them, for those meetings. But moving forward in 22, our funds should be able to cover registration fees and hotels for 2 board members that have already been paid, that have paid their own AADB membership dues. Okay? Because in the past, the board had to pay their dues and pay for their, traveling. And then if someone else goes that same year, they have to repay for a new due. So I recommend, if you're interested, pay for your dues, and you'll be eligible, for travel to have at least hotel and meeting expense paid for. Any questions on that? So we're hoping we can cover 2. We'll have to, year by year, we'll have to check. And consideration for remote videophonic attendance in board meetings. I was thinking more in terms of potential, options for committee meetings where some, of our board members have to show up to one meeting, for instance, or, it kind of saves on their traveling and away time from their families and, their sacrifices. But also with ISCs, I do like the fact that we're all here. I like this camaraderie and being able to see each other. I think it's a big deal. So we can talk about that more. We'll know more about if the Open Meetings Act gets lifted in the future also. Considering the simplified parliamentary procedure, that's one of the things that we may put on our agenda because really Robert's rules was for large assemblies, and it's really over complex for occupational boards. And Ms. Nichols brought this to my attention that the nursing board is using the simplified parliamentary procedure, and it allows for a little bit more flexibility and more say-so in each, for each board member. So I think in the future we can discuss it, but it probably will likely require a rule change, right? In our which rule? 100.5 or something. Okay. So we'll talk about that in another committee later on. So just heads up on it. Any questions thus far? So Dr. Henderson, do you have any REB reports or any
I can.
interesting that just happened?
Yes, I think Dr. Yesterday, REB announced and CDCA announced they're joining in 2023. They will be giving a single exam. It will no longer be 2 separate exams, but they're going to examine at the 2022 schedule because they already have that. We will have a DERB meeting in October the 16th, but there may be an emergency DERB-HERB meeting in July. At this announcement, I spoke with Ms. Cole yesterday about this and to see what the impact. So they haven't set that yet, but they're going to need to get all the committees back together to do that.
Exciting future.
Yes.
Ms. Jones, any report for you?
Just similar, we're looking at meeting in November.
Great. Ms. Palermo.
Yes, credits. Their big meeting is going to be August 26th and 28th through the 28th. And let's see. I think it was, I'm not sure where, what, in Nashville. I know I was thinking Phoenix, but that was the other meeting. Thank you, Lori. Yes.
And you had an observation for credits or CDCA, right?
Yes, CDCA. That went very well. I had never seen the mannequins used before, and I think Ms. Jones has actually done 2 of them, haven't you? One for rub and one for credits. So yeah, I participated a little bit in that one just to start doing CDCA exams, but it was very interesting. And I'll be interested to see what everybody else's opinion is of those mannequin exams.
What did you think, Ms. Jones?
The
The mannequins.
There was a big difference with the mannequins, difference even between testing agencies, and then difference, of course, from a live patient. So
Did it simulate saliva and bleeding?
no,
Inflammation?
there was none of that.
What about profound anesthesia?
They were, yeah, it's all automatically.
No, that mannequin was very numb.
Yeah.
They were very quiet.
Just wondering.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Something else I did notice with that too, and I'm not sure about the 2 that you did, Laura, with the other 2, but the CDCA hygiene exams only had the lower arch. You know, there was I don't know if there's a capability to do the upper arch, but everything that was assigned to the students was on the lower arch. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
In other words, you don't have to use mirror to look into the. Okay.
And that was similar with my exams, that there was lower arch. The upper arch was used for other testing parts, but as far as scaling, it was lower arch.
Lower arch.
No.
So, in terms of the schools, obviously this is the season where the students are graduating. How do the educators here, what, if any, are issues with our future students? Are they delayed in graduating? Do they have the clinical requirements set? Are they having to make up for lost time? Or, how good are these students coming out in your opinion? Dr. Melcher.
So I can tell you, we had, because of the pandemic, students were having to partner up, so chairside assistant. So that was a little bit of a decrease in their patient interactions. They did have to modify their requirements as well, clinical requirements. And then the students were given the option this year, did they want to do mannequin, live patient?
We heard that from other schools, one of the stakeholders that called in where, one student would assist the other and get half credit or something on the same case that the other student was actually, performing the work, even though they're assisting to get half credit. So it's interesting. Dr. Henderson, what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't teach undergraduate curriculum, but I can tell you just in the responses that I have talked with educators and deans and of the schools because of the pandemic, but also because I wouldn't call it supply of patients, but possible supply of patients to the various dental schools, that their education is gone. And I first recognized that in Chicago when I did a rep 2 years ago, way before the pandemic. that they put the juniors and senior students together, assisting each other. One does the work and the other one is the dental assistant and learns that side of the chair, but they both get credit for that procedure. So, and partly it's because if you see it, then you know how to do it, right? I mean, that's part of the DLOSCI. If you can recognize a Rembrandt painting, you should be able to paint it. So that's part of the curriculum that is going on in dental education. I wouldn't blame it all on the pandemic because that's actually the model that they're going around teaching. So students who actually hold a handpiece do a specific procedure may be decreased as far as, but back on CODA, they've all asked for competency not based on numbers any longer. So that's how they've maintained their accreditation, and CODA's aware of that. And so I'm not sure this body should be discussing whether that's adequate or not adequate education. We'll leave that to the educators. But I can tell you that's what I hear when I learn as far as the education.
Dr. McNeil, what are your thoughts about the Joint Commission on Dental Examination, on National Dental Examinations? You sent out an email to us.
You know, I think licensure continues to evolve. You know, I was a representative for Rev and NERV, which has changed names for 22 years ago. And it's a continual evolution of the process. Realistically, I know you brought up DLOSCI. You know, I'm not sure that's a fair characterization of how you said it. And I think there's going to be a role for different exams in the process. As I said in licensing yesterday, licensing is going to change substantially in the next couple of years. And it's going to make our jobs very challenging in many ways, because right now there's 4 states that do give a license based on the DLOSCI. Canada's been doing that for years. We have to decide, okay, they have a license in that state, no public actions. Are we going to give them a license? You know, we switched from live patient to mannequin during COVID. We granted licenses based on that. We have students, what I just heard, have had fewer experiences in clinic. You know, there's no way around that. Everyone's been affected substantially by COVID. So I think we just have to keep an open eye, open mind, see how things progress moving forward.
Good points, Dr. McNeil. And just a reminder, Ms. Nichols sent out an email about the virtual JC ND forum on Monday. I think it's at 9 o'clock, right? So just
Free.
FYI.
Everybody's
Can I make
welcome.
a quick comment? Going back to that, again, our mission statement is to serve and protect the public and the citizens. And we need to come with an agreement of what's the best way to do that. Is it simulation? Is it DLOSCI? Is it live patient? To be quite honest, if I want a dentist who has worked on a patient working in my mouth, not on a mannequin at all. So the dental school, I'm just saying, I mean, I want to make sure I can get profound anesthesia. I want to make sure they know where the arteries and the veins are and the nerves. I mean, there's a lot that goes in with a live patient that we cannot simulate on simulators. And that's my only comment. And our job really here is to protect the public. Are we putting out students that could really do quality dentistry? So, yeah.
You and I have had this battle.
We have.
I
just wanted to get my 2 cents.
I've done 3 rep examinations that are both mannequin and live based. It's just statistically sound, psychometrically sound. You know, you and I will disagree on this. Every patient experience is different. I saw some failures on a mannequin, but I'm like, praise the Lord, that is not on a human being. Praise the Lord, that's not on a human subject, because that tooth's coming out. So,
How did that student get to that point? That's my question. If he's that bad.
right.
I mean, so did the dental school fail that? And maybe we need to look at that.
But here's the rub. With the setup for Rev, with certain types of failures, you can retake on that last day. It's much different on that last day. This is a high stakes, single examination. Now they're used to the process. They can perhaps relax and take a deep breath. And now their endo access is substantially different. So that was my concern. Just you see it one day, they didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn that night, turn into a better practitioner. They're not taking additional course load that night. So there's nuances, and that's part of the examination process. With CDEL and what they're doing, it's going to continue to be an evolution. Is there a perfect thing? No. Realistically, if you're going to, what's more invasive in dentistry that we do? Surgical extractions. Let's do a live patient surgical extraction, see how they manage it. We can't really set it up that way, and it's not an appropriate thing to an examiner.
Well, the percentages of extractions versus the percentages of crowns and inlays in class 2s and class 3s are completely different. If you look
extractions,
if you look at all the general dentists in the state of Texas, I can tell you we do hundreds of thousands of crowns per day, and there's not hundreds of thousands of extractions.
Okay, we can go on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. We can go back and forth.
Someday
Yeah.
we'll have a full, board meeting.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Yu.
But, and on that note, this concludes my report.
You asked John.
So next is professional recovery network report.
Yes, and Ms. Leal, the executive director for Professional Recovery Network is on. Is she available? Can we let her in, please? She will be appearing virtually to give you all her report. Raquel, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's same for the regional exam.
The Aaron guy. Sorry. Mark Hopper. Is it Mark Hopper?
No, she's with. Let me just email her.
She can email it us and she's ready to go. She says she's watching.
Oh, well, if she's watching, she needs to actually get into, she's probably on her games watching.
Can you send me the link and I'll forward it to him? Or actually, I have it.
Actually, you have the link in your email today, but
Right, guys.
oh, wait a minute, she just checked that on. Let her in now.
Okay, great.
I'm not.
Well, DNR is graciously giving us
Cal.
full access.
Okay, go for it.
Ms. Leo,
Can I do
how are
that?
you?
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you for joining us. We have your report. All of us do. We're able to open it up. So
Okay.
would you summarize for us? We have a few minutes.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so first just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Raquel Leal, and I am the new director for PRN. And so I'm excited to be here and to continue working with the board and representing our peer monitoring program. And so with that said, if it's okay if I can present a little bit about our report for the third quarter.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay. So PRN continues to receive a steady number of referrals regarding potentially impaired dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants. Compliance by current participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to the board. With regards to our staff changes, I stepped into this role as director in March of 2021. Speaking a little bit about our seminar that happened, our spring seminar that happened this past May, it was held online via a webinar format on May 19th at 11:30. And we welcomed, presenting for the second year in a row, Joseph Gorordo, who is an LCDC and is the Vice President of Business Development for Recovery Unplugged. He presented on the topic, emotional support, staying balanced in a changing world. And so this seminar, to kind of summarize the topic, it discussed the fear of change, and how that's something that we all experience at different levels. He talked a little bit about learning how to walk through change with grace and how that could be one of the greatest skills that one can master. The goal for the attendees included being able to develop an understanding of the process to adapt to change, learning how to recognize stress symptoms in themselves as well as in others, and developing skills to manage change instead of avoiding it. So I got a lot of feedback from our participants, and it was positive feedback. They really enjoyed it, learned a lot from it, and it sounded like overall it was a positive and helpful seminar. This next point talks about our advisory committee meeting. It's changed a little bit since I submitted this report. It was originally scheduled to be today, Friday, June 18th at 8 a.m., but it's been changed to next Friday, June 25th at 8 a.m. as well. With regards to our participant activities and COVID, we are continuing to offer an individualized approach to our participants, and we offer our supports and accommodations. It's still the same. That's something that I'm going to speak with our advisory committee next week about transitioning maybe to more in-person opportunities as they come up and arise. But as of now, all of our supports, evaluations, recovery-related meetings are online. And our next section for program visibility, PRN has made outreach efforts to schedule relevant presentations. Currently, there are no presentations for our dental schools, but this is also a combination with class schedules, the pandemic, and things like that. But I am continuing to make outreach efforts and exploring other options as far as creating a heavier social media presence, reaching out for newsletters, and things like that. And our last point in the report is about our LBB numbers for September 1st, 2020 to February 28th, 2021, which were submitted to the board on March 10th, 2021. And this section highlights the number of all licensed dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants currently enrolled in the PRN program. And with that said, we currently have 14 board-ordered dentists, 0 compelled volunteer dentists, 2 board-ordered hygienists, 0 compelled volunteer hygienists, 1 volunteer hygienist, and 0 board-ordered dental assistants, 0 compelled volunteer assistants, and 0 volunteer dental assistants. With that said, that concludes my report. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Any questions? Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much for that report. I'm going to ask a question about the general trend. Have you seen an uptick in people utilizing your services from the dental profession?
So I've looked at numbers from the past 6 months, and it seems like it's kind of on the low side, but still within our expected range. And so it's really hard to say. Some months are busier than others. And so I definitely want to spend more time to highlight as to why that is. Is that COVID related? Is that school outreach related? Was it a matter of advertising or marketing on PRNs? And so, yeah.
And then my secondary comment, if you are having some challenges with getting in and making connections with schools through the Student Dental Association, may be a good segment as well, at least to reach the dental students, and hygiene may have a similar function there too.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a very good point, Dr. McNeil. I think it's really important to have the schools be aware that you exist. And,
yes.
Even for the future.
Yeah.
Dr. Melcher.
Hi, Ms. Liao. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned there was a presentation entitled Emotional Support in a Changing World that John. Is that available for on YouTube or something? It sounds very interesting. If there's an opportunity to have our board members have access to it, or how long was this presentation?
It was about an hour long, and I do have access to the PowerPoint slides. I know that's not the same as much as the actual presentation and hearing the speaker present, but I can definitely send over the presentation if that's okay.
Dr. Yeo, I don't know if that's something maybe for the future, maybe in our board meeting or implemented into a committee meeting. I think it's something maybe the board could benefit from, having this presenter. I can't remember who you stated it was that presented this.
His name is Joseph Gordo. He's an LCDC and works at Recovery Unplugged.
And I was sort of thinking on the same line of our students. I'm the faculty advisor for our Hispanic Student Dental Association. And I thought, well, maybe I could have him present to us virtually to my groups. I'd love to get a contact for that as well. So I'll keep it in touch with you. Thank you.
Other comments? Well, thank you so much for taking the reins. Obviously PRN is vital to our dental community. These are our charges to protect the public, and mental health providers are so important. So thank you for all you do. Appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So next on the agenda, Continuing Education Review Committee, Dr. Melcher.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu. Yesterday, the Continuing Education Committee met yesterday, which is comprised of Dr. Kirch, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. Burke. And we discussed 2 agenda items. One of them was the recommendation of possible action on requiring initial licensure applicants to a human trafficking prevention course. And it was unanimous at our committee meeting that we would like to present that forward to the board for a vote. The staff stated to us that they would give information about when the implementation would occur and help us with the guidance on that. So, and then the other thing that we discussed was the continuing education audits. So Ms. I believe this was Mendez was really good about telling us that there's a 5% of audits going on amongst the dentists, hygienists, and dental assistants. And thus far, there's 373 licensees and registrations. So going on.
Yeah, we need a vote. I know it came out of committee unanimously, so it doesn't need a motion, but we still need a vote.
Right, yes, I was just presenting.
Oh,
the 2
I'm sorry.
topics, and I was going to say, okay.
Apologize.
Do we hear a motion to approve the committee recommendation? And it's the staff's amendment to 104.1.
Actually, Dr. Yu, it would be an amendment to
101.
101.1,
101. Sorry.
103.1, and 114.6.
Okay, all
And those amendments are in your materials.
It's out of committee.
It's out of committee.
So any discussion on this? Dr. McNeil.
This is just for initial licensure. So it's not for, and part of my question is for the human trafficking course, whether that needs to be repeated.
It's every 2 years with,
Every 2 years with renewal.
Yes, so it'd be initial upon initial licensure and then upon renewal.
Yeah, somebody will do that.
yeah. Dr. Henderson.
Dr. McNeil, I don't know this for sure, but I recall that when the legislature mandated this human trafficking, it was to be taken prior to any renewals of your licensing. And what we're saying is the first initial licensing, wouldn't it be nice to have it learned rather than let them practice too? And that's why I said the 2 year is we're on a 2 year cycle of licensing. So I just wanted to bring a little history that why I think CE is bringing this before us.
That's correct.
I do have a question for clarification. Are we doing all 3 rules at the same time in this one motion?
That's a good question.
Would we have to do,
We've
I
done-
think, would we have to do dentist and hygienist, if that's a licensure, and then dental assistant separately for registration, just the terminology?
We can, but you can also do it in one vote. It's however the board like.
Dr. Harrison.
That's all. I would probably leave it to the chair to decide.
Let's just take it all at once. If that's okay.
because someone didn't want the registration people to have it. Or if there was some other argument, then they might vote this down. And so we could have as a discussion if anybody objects to including the three of them together, and then we could take it as one in case someone wanted to break a dentist, hygienist, or dental assistant registration out of the requirement. So if everybody's in agreement, then I think take it as one.
Any objections to that? Yeah. All in favor of the committee recommendation? Raise your hand, show of hands. It looks unanimous. All opposed, any opposed, none. So we have a unanimous approval. Okay. Dr. Melcher, sorry.
And so as I was stating about the audits, we have 373 going on right now with licenses and registrations. And as I have been informed by our director of licensing, or we have been informed, director of licensing and Ms. Christine Mendez, the audit does consist of 5% of DESs, RDHs, and the RDAs. And that concluded our committee meeting.
Dr. Kirsch,
Yes, sir.
licensing.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank my committee members, and that would be Mrs. Palermo, Ms. Jones, Dr. Maldonado, Dr. McNeil, myself, and Dr. Yu. And I do appreciate it. And we did have a very lively discussion yesterday, and it was all well. Our first committee recommendation, and this was voted on, was for possible action on membership to the regional examining boards and the American Board of Dental Examiners, ADEX. And that was voted unanimously. So again, we don't need a motion for that. As y'all know, Ms. Nichols, you want to?
Sure. So the recommendation from the committee, thank you, Dr. Kirsch, was that the board should join all of the regional examining boards currently listed in 101.2 and 103.2 and ADEX. We do have several representatives from some of these regional examining boards available if the board has any questions about any of the specific boards. Otherwise, once this vote, if this is voted on by the board, then board staff will go ahead and make the arrangements to join the remaining boards that we are not a part of. And I'd be happy to give a brief overview for each examining board if you would like me to.
Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, I think I would like to know how many additional boards are we talking about outside of the one that we've already, CDCA that we've discussed?
Sure, yes, sir. So what we discussed yesterday, the first on our list is REB, which we have been a member of since 1994. And then of course, yesterday we got the announcement about CDCA and REB, the merger. So that will probably update, we'll probably need to update our rules once we see how this merger shakes out to list them appropriately in our rule. And then that will also probably lessen the amount of representatives we actually need from the board to go participate in their boards and their meetings. There's credits, which we have been a member of since 2017, but we don't have a voting representative from our board to join the steering committee. So if any of our board members are interested in joining credits steering committee, please let us know. Credits would like us to sign a new contract if we're going to be more involved and have a representative with voting rights. It's my understanding that our hygiene group has been involved with credits, obviously, but we've never had a dental representative. CDCA, we voted in September. September. We're a member with them. We've got a great working relationship going with CDCA. CERTA is, we are not a member of CERTA. It's a $200 fee, and they provided the membership information, the contract that's in your packet if you'd like to review it. CITA, the Council of Interstate Testing Agencies, we are not a member. That's a $100 membership fee. The application is also in your materials. Their executive director is Cindy Washburn. I've been in touch with her. And then ADEX is its own. I know it's not a regional board, but we also voted to join that as well. We are not currently a member. Kathy Kelly is their executive director. It's no fee to join, and the membership information is in your packet.
I think our goal is to have more participation in each of these, especially for some.
Yes, I had a couple of questions. I guess for the regional exams, can the same board member sit on more than one governing steering committee of a regional exam?
That's a great question. So I'll have to look in detail at the membership agreements to make sure that that's not an issue for any of them. But my short answer is yes, I think that's probably fine, but I'll look into it first.
Okay. And the second question I had then, and I don't know if we know the answer to it yet or not, but I know REB has, their own steering committee and the ad hoc committee for dental hygiene exams and one for dental exams. And CDCA uses ADEX as for their steering committees and their hygiene and dental committees.
Right.
So do you know if the combination of those two is going to be ADEX driven now, or are they going to stay separate in
The
that
brief
respect?
conversation I had with CDCA this week was that it will be ADEX driven.
Okay. And there are a number of regional exams that use ADEX. So a number of the regional exams will be covered with ADEX.
True.
So that would cut down, on the amount of people too.
True.
Right, and so that's kind of where I was gonna have
Right.
this discussion when we talked about it. In reality, we're already a member of REB. And when CDCA, which we're joining, joined the REB, that's left to them to decide how they're gonna see their governing deal. Right now, we can join and send a representative and help discuss that merger.
Right.
And that's why I would certainly speak to join that organization. As far as the credits, yes, the hygienists you've been involved with that since like 2016, I'm going to say.
Yeah,
It was about, remember
Mhm.
when this discussion occurred at a board meeting, and at the time, there wasn't a dentist that was willing to do. So if you get on one of these deals, they're going to ask us to go and be examiners as well. Okay. If we don't do the exams for them, then they're not going to want our membership. And so you've got to be aware that that's more time commitment. And there's only a few dentists, and we're already doing REB, and now we're already jumping in doing probably CDCA, which might be the same exam eventually in 2023. I would be a little bit cautious about saying, other than, do you do credits as well? Do you do credits?
Mhm.
So let y'all speak to doing multiple exams. We keep joining and sending these representatives as the dentist. We can pick someone off the board. And I know you were going to probably bring that out.
Yes.
But is this what the board would want to do, is pick a former board member? Have you spoken to them, and are we sure we have that representative that be willing to do that?
So my 2 cents, if I may, is I don't think it hurts to go ahead and join the remaining regional boards that we are not currently a member of. We've been involved with which one was it? We've been involved with credits for years.
Right.
With that. So we've been a member without really any say in what they're doing. But I do think that it gives us the option in the future to determine how involved we want to be, because the point you're making is the point I also made to the committee yesterday, was that our membership is only as good as our involvement.
Right.
So I don't think it hurts to go ahead and become membership, and then you guys can decide how involved you want to be in each of these regional boards. But all of these regional boards do very much want Texas on board, right?
We do.
And then Kimber from CDCA is listening, and she just emailed me to say that CITA is actually going to go into using the ADEX as well. So it might be redundant to have.
So that was kind of my point of it. Once the two big testing agencies merge, these smaller organizations are very likely going to say, we'll do your exam. And then so it might be good to be there and help see how that works as jumping in and do that. But I predict there's going to be a single exam. Now, I mean, right now, basically 50 states accept the CDET.
Yeah. And you're probably right. This just gives us options.
Right.
That's all I have.
I agree.
Again, the committee voted for this unanimously, so we don't need a motion.
Any other discussion? Good points, guys. Yeah, so all in favor of approving the committee's recommendation? Show of hands. Looks unanimous. All, any opposed? See none. Motion carries. Unanimous vote.
All right, our next agenda, may I continue with my report?
Yes.
Thank you. Our next committee recommendation and possible action was for board exception to board rule. This is Dr. Yosef. This is DDS number one. DDS number one graduated from Tufts University, which is a CODA accredited school. She passed her national boards. She failed her regional board 3 times in Indo. She passed it a 4th time. The exception to board rule that she wanted is by board rule, we need her to ask for remedial, 80 hours of remedial. She never asked. She didn't realize she had to do that. Instead, she went and did a GPR, which is a general practice residency program at the Harbor UCLA Medical Center, which she did 2,300 hours, not 80 hours. So the committee found that she had plenty of remediation within that 1 year, not just the 80 hours. So we did grant exception to board rule because she did pass her regional exam the 4th time. But she did have 2,300 hours, over 2,300 hours. We tried to get a hold of Dr. Yosef. She was not available. I wanted to ask her how many root canals she had done during that GPR program, but I'm assuming being a general practice residency that she did quite a few root canals. And this went through unanimously. The committee voted for this.
And just FYI, this was part of the board rules where so you're supposed to ask for pre-approval, right? Prior, but she did not do that. But this is pre-approval or approval to allow her to take another regional licensing exam. This is not an approval for a license. Right. Okay, so any discussion on this? All right, so vote for a committee recommendation. Dr. Yosef, 2021 Q4 DDS1. Show of hands for approval. And looks unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, our next committee item was DDS number 2, Dr. Cal. And Dr. Cal, unlike Dr. Yosef, did not graduate from a CODA accredited dental school. He did not take any of the national boards, and he did not take any regional board. He has been a practicing orthodontist, oral surgeon for 20 years, faculty licensed, and he wanted exception to board rule. This is where we had a major discussion, and it was voted no, 5-1. So is there anything you want to add to that?
Would you like to hear from him? Or
if he was here, I was gonna ask if he was here. I wanted to talk.
Yeah, if Dr. Cal is, yeah, let him in, please. Yep.
Dr. Yu, at some point, can we have like a little 5-minute break or
Sure.
not? Or, okay.
After the report or after this one?
hi, good morning, Dr. Cal.
Hey, good morning.
We've got the full board here and we are discussing your request for exception to board rule. Would you like to address the full board?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the full board. I really appreciate it. I said before a panel of distinguished colleagues yesterday, and I'm aware of the vote. And I just want to start there. Thank you. You know, as I look around the room over here, I would like to appeal to you, my fellow colleagues, many of whom have had distinguished service records and wonderful reputations in your private practice, to take you back to a time when you were students of dentistry. And I hope you remember your dental school days and the good times you had with your professors and educators. I believe many of them have given themselves sacrificially of their time, knowledge, and clinical know-hows to help you and I through education and dental school. Today, I stand before you as a representation of one of these individuals. The recommended vote says, well, you're good enough to teach in a dental school and to educate and pass your know-hows. You're not good enough to be one of us. The recommended vote does say also, thank you for the time to educate and create an orthodontic program in the largest OMFS department in the country, a job no one wanted to undertake, and hence my continuing involvement. But you're not good enough to be a fully licensed person. The recommended vote also says that thank you for your countless service to the patients with dental facial deformities in the state of Texas, but you're not met the mark to be one of us. Having been in dental education and knowing the issues of our profession facing today, it is my humble opinion that education and licensure is a lifelong continuum. That the curriculum and testing should not just be front-loaded, but be on the basis of lifelong learning and merit. When it comes to dentistry, it's not just testing someone who can cut a class 2 prep on a dental form or fill an endodontic tooth on a model, criteria that has been set in place over the last 2 years due to COVID restrictions, but to recognize maybe someone with multiple years of service to live patients in the United States and in the state of Texas, and have successfully rehabilitated them with clinical excellence and no complications. And in addition to someone maybe who sacrificed to pass on the knowledge to others. And today, you know, it's interesting, I don't spend time telling people how perfect the finish is, but to say, you know, at the end of 20 years, I think don't do that. Stay away from that. And so I make this appeal, maybe again, to all of you as fellow colleagues, as a teacher of the art and science of dentistry, a clinician with more than 2 decades of active clinical practice, a mentor to countless successful practitioners, and a friend. And hope that maybe my appearance before the board today, brave as it may be, may start a conversation and a discussion on the future of licensure. And I just wanted to be able to do that, and I thank you for your time.
Dr. Cal, thank you. This is George Kirch, and I'm chairman of licensing committee. And with all due respect, no one ever said that you weren't good enough. I know those are your words, but I don't want to. We were saying that you were not good enough, which is completely opposite. We appreciate all the work that you have done. Unfortunately, sir, we have rules that we have to follow, and not graduating from a code-accredited school, taking the regional boards or the national boards are pretty big with our rules. So anyway, I do appreciate your time, and I do appreciate all you have done for dentistry. I really do.
And if I may interject too, Dr. Cal, we all know that you've done a lot for our future students and the public. And, you know, it's, yes, you did not graduate from a code-approved dental school, but you did do an orthodontic residency. So that in itself, you can, apply. But the big rub is that you don't have a regional board or a national dental exam. So I mean, there is a way to. But for now, I agree with Dr. Kirsch that our rules are pretty clear on this. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And like I said, I wanted to start a conversation, and that's it. Thank you.
Dr. McNeil, before you leave, if you have a question.
No question here. I was going to make a comment. Just, are we in the point of, have you asked for a motion yet?
No, the motion came out of committee and we voted on it 5-1.
And I guess just to make a comment to Dr. Cow, I appreciate your comments. Obviously, yesterday I supported your exception to board rules for what you're able to do. I have concerns about access to care if you guys lose that affiliation agreement. I think we're making a mistake if we don't extend your exception to rules.
So the motion from the committee was to deny the request for exceptions of board rules rules. We have a vote here.
Or
You can do a
further
motion.
discussion?
There's no motion.
Motion.
It came out of committee.
It was not unanimous.
No, it was five.
That-
It doesn't
that-
matter.
It's still a
matters.
One.
It still came out of committee at 5:01. Yeah.
So I would like to make a discussion point then.
Yes.
Sure.
Before a vote. So as I already said, what are we doing here? And when we took our training for this position, we know we are here to protect the public. That is paramount. We also have to ask ourselves why. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about the way licensure is right now. Super difficult. What we've heard this morning, things are going to continue to change and evolve. What I'm concerned as I look at this case, I'm concerned about access to care issues. I'm concerned about restriction of trade issues here as well. I don't think there was any disagreement about this doctor being competent.
Access to care, I'm sorry, Bobby, but access to care, he's in a
Okay,
metropolitan area.
let me pause there then.
Yeah.
Let's deal with that specifically.
Yeah.
Ms. Jones has finished her MBA program. I'm slower than you are. I'm still in my healthcare leadership and management MBA program. Margins are super thin for healthcare entities. I had an opportunity to be the state board CODA representative for the on-site for this program, the OMFS program that you're involved with. Affiliation agreements get lost. There certainly were some challenges specifically there with that program with other entities. If you lose your affiliation of program or your affiliation for what you do off-site, these patients are going to be left in a bind because you're not going to be able to treat them complex cases with your faculty license. That's what I'm concerned about. I would entertain giving a license and restricting it to orthodontics. There was a concern yesterday. I asked you, when have you done your last class 2 amalgam restoration? I'm an oral surgeon. I haven't done it. You haven't done it. I don't want you to have to take a regional general dental exam. I think you've proven with your record, you've got a PhD, you're well respected at one of the top OMFS programs in the country that you're affiliated with, serving people like you're doing, difficult cases. I think we're missing the mark on this one.
Any further
A
comments?
comment. I guess my issue is I don't understand, with all your education, not taking the national board. That would be, a step, and there is a pathway to licensure, and that's my comment.
Ms. Jones?
I have a question for Dr. Cal, if that's okay.
Yes.
So Dr. Cal, you had mentioned yesterday about you're in Alabama and there's a potential of you moving to Texas, correct?
Yes, yes.
And I know we kind of asked about the Minnesota license that you just got earlier this year. Are you also potentially thinking of moving to Minnesota? or-
No, I think when Minnesota came up, it was an opportunity to be recognized as one of everyone. And I've kind of lived maybe with a chip on my shoulder that I've always been secondary in many ways and restricted to a faculty license. And when there was an opportunity to explore that, to become fully registered as a specialist in orthodontics, I took it. Now with Texas, it's a little bit different. I've served Texas since 2006 at great sacrifice because I come in on the weekend and I don't spend time with my family, and I come in and I get ready for Monday and I see patients for the program with Dr. Wong and everything else. And I've enjoyed that. Why? Because it's a program, first I created. 2, it's where I spend a lot of time with highly complex cases. Nobody wants to do that. In fact, I told Dr. Wong, I said, whenever you find somebody, I'm ready to just, hang it out. But I've come back all this time. I've come back, I've done it. And they've talked about expansion through Harris County. And I'm excited. If there's an opportunity to come back and serve full time in Texas, I would embrace that. But right now there isn't that opportunity. But I think that the key thing that is here is I'm just asking to be one of everyone. I'm not asking for more. I didn't take a licensure pathway because when I came here, that licensure pathway was really for private practice. And I have no desire for private practice. At the end of 20 years of academic service, of all the things that I've done, I'm an academician. I'm a person who stays in innovation. I like to continue to lead the profession in a way that's meaningful. We do so many wonderful cases, and that's where I've been. And because of that, I really also haven't had the time to embrace licensure. And I really haven't thought about it that way. So, my key point here is just, a recognition ultimately of the fact that there is no second class, that I'm one of everybody else. And with that, the freedom to be able to help in a way that's possible. And I recognize the fact I wasn't here to ask for a license, but at least to start a conversation. I know that there are rules, and that there are rules to keep the public safe and to protect. And the issue here is that I've done all of that. I serve in that capacity. I do that with the patients, and I represented myself today because, I feel like we're all friends in this journey. I mean, dentistry is getting hard enough. I mean, when I look at Smile Direct Club and how it's suing all the boards around in the country, I feel for us. In fact, I went on NBC Nightly News talking about the dangers of DIY orthodontics, and it ultimately got sued by Smile Direct Club too. But, I'm out there at the forefront, making sure that I represent us, dentistry, the future of dentistry, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about where it's going. And I want to be part of that. I want to be at that forefront. And I'm only asking for licensure as a recognition of being part of this group of wonderful people. And really because I practice in Texas. And that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Cal, this is Brian Henderson. Did I just understand from your statement that you're a full-time faculty and you want to be faculty and you want to be a teacher? You have a faculty license. You have a license from the state of Texas currently. Yes. I don't understand why you're asking if you want to be an academician.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But, we work in 6 hospital systems within the Texas Medical Center. And if for some reason you're not affiliated with UT, for a variety of reasons, as Dr. McNeil mentioned a minute ago, then I cannot practice there anymore.
Right. But you want to be in academia.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't understand why you're asking for a license. It's not a faculty license.
I have a faculty license. Right. If you lose that, it's over. You couldn't help anymore.
Right. I don't think anybody's taking away your faculty license. We have that in our rules and you're eligible to have that.
Right. Yeah. But once you lose the affiliation with the university for some reason or another, it's over, but you still can't help the program. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's an incorrect statement. There's many different reasons that you can, lose affiliation. As I stated, I was just part of that code of review for that program. Issues happened that didn't involve faculty, and they're like, no, we're closing your ability to come as faculty to this clinic. That's the risk here. That was the access to care issue that I'm concerned about. They're doing something in Harris County. Your program no longer has the affiliation agreement for whatever reason. Those patients, who takes care of them? You cannot take care of those patients legally with a faculty license when you don't have that affiliation agreement.
Can I call the question? Thank you.
So the motion is called the question. Do I have a second? Dr. Henderson seconds. All in favor of call the question? Unanimous. So the question is approval of the committee's recommendation. Not grant a license to Dr. Cal. So we're gonna take roll. Dr. Kirsch.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Kirch. 4. Ms. Palermo.
4.
Dr. Melcher.
4.
Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Dr. Maldonado.
4.
Dr. David Yu.
4.
Ms. Lori Jones.
4.
Ms. Catherine Sisk.
4.
And the vote is 9-1.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Did you get that one?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cal. Appreciate you.
Okay, our next DDS was Dr. Donald. Dr. Donald had graduated dental school in 2011, failed the national boards one time, retook it again in 2013, and then took the regional boards 4 times and failed. Dr. Donald came to the board to ask for remediation, which that's exactly what you need to do. And he's going to be taking a course at Meharry Medical College School. Chief. And the board approved this unanimously. The committee approved this unanimously yesterday to grant her to take those hours. She needs 1,000 hours of remediation. The committee granted her permission to do so.
And from that Meharry course curriculum.
And
She's available if you'd like to speak to her.
Do we want to? No, we don't. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah.
So just leave her away.
Yeah.
So, the curriculum from the Meharry remedial plan was pretty extensive. And I think we all felt that, this is a good remedial course for pre-approval for her to, again, take a regional board. Okay, so that's what's on the floor. Any discussion on this? So all in favor of the committee's recommendation to allow Ms. Donald or Dr. Donald to take the remedial course for pre-approval in order to take the regional board. So it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, our next DDS 4 was Dr. Vishmitra. I think I said that right. Dr. Vishmitra did not graduate from a code accredited school. She graduated in Singapore. She has, in fact, passed all national boards and regional boards. She did an AEGD out of New York in 2013, and where the committee, we 2015, the committee went back and forth on this. We never came to an agreement. We were postponing this till September till we could verify that AEGD program she took is a code accredited program. So we didn't know that yesterday. We postponed it to the September meeting. And so this does not require a vote.
And I think she graduated from a school in India, not Singapore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify that.
getting them. Thank you.
So the committee did make a recommendation to postpone, and I believe we voted on it. So I think we can have the full board. Did we vote on it? Yes.
Did we vote on that yesterday?
I would think the board order would be to accept or deny or move with the action item.
Right. And also she's available if the board would like to speak with her.
No,
I don't think we need.
no.
Yeah, not until we find out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the motion that was voted on was to table this case until the next meeting, where we can find out whether the AGD was quota approved at that time.
Exactly.
There's a recommendation from the committee to postpone until further information could be verified.
I was just, I was just wondering, so is she gonna have to show proof of that? Or are we looking into that, or?
We sent an email. Miss Mendez sent an email.
Okay.
Right, to find out what it was. Miss Mendez is the one trying
We
to.
will be verifying her
Yeah,
information.
we'll be verifying that, yeah.
In favor of committee recommendation. As stated. Thank you. Unanimous vote on that.
Okay, our next one was Miss Aguirre, RDH number 1. Miss Aguirre had, she is a hygienist. She had failed the national board part 2 several times. She took it. The second time she was slated to take it in February when we had the freeze. Anyway, the bottom line was she got her application in 6 days beyond the 5-year recommendation. She has passed her regional boards. She passed all her national boards, and the board thought it was prudent to go ahead and make an exception to board rule on this. And she was voted on unanimously to go ahead and let her get her license.
So committee recommendation was to allow Ms. Aguirre have her license, considering that she missed the deadline for submission by a few days. Any discussion? Show of hands, all in favor of the recommendation? It's unanimous.
Okay, and our last RDH2, Mrs. Bear, she has a hearing disability and would ask that her future CEs could be done online instead of in person because of her hearing disability. And the board again, the committee again, voted this unanimously to allow her to have exception to board rule on this.
Exception to board rule as stated.
For your CE recommendations.
CE recommendations, given her medical situation. Exactly. All in favor of committee recommendation?
I just had a point of information. A lot of the virtual live online courses can be functioned so that they are for the hearing impaired. They can do the captioning and stuff, just for her information, in case she gets tired of doing self-studies, she can actually ask for that if she wants to do a virtual live one online.
Dr. Henderson.
Well, my discussion, my discussion on this issue, and I don't know if the committee discussed it. I have certainly understand her request to take online. Was there discussion that it must be a live webinar versus a recorded for the same CE? Because in our rules, only a certain percentage can be recorded CE versus live webinar. So the live webinar actually counts.
She has a hard time hearing because of the distance.
I wanted to have that. And then the second comment that I would have, how do we recognize, or how do we put that on her license registration when she becomes under an audit, that this meeting occurred and in 5 years or 10 years when there's complete not remember, how do we identify her?
Let's ask Ms. Mendez.
Good morning, board members. Dr. Henderson, to answer your question, staff plan on making a note on her file. And so the issue was, she had brought up that previously, many years ago, she was board approved to be able to do all hours online. However, there was no documentation anywhere. But we do have the ability currently to notate her account. So in 5-10 years, when we're all long gone, we should be able, someone will find it.
So I saw that in her application. And I'm like, okay, if this has already been beat down a couple of years ago, why are we having this discussion again? And how can we fix the problems that she was claiming that was negotiated some time ago? So that was where my points.
Well, we're doing that then with this motion, right? It'll be a record. Is that
right? But what he's saying is administratively, when if
right,
she comes up for an audit,
because
this discussion isn't memorialized anywhere. But what Ms. Mendez is saying is we can put it in the system.
Right, but this will be in the minutes so that she'll have some.
Absolutely, but just administratively, when you guys all
Right,
go home,
sure.
it's just us. We'll be able to notate it in our system.
Because if she goes before like a DRT
Right.
and they pull her license
Right.
and it's all, I'm sorry, you took all online. That's against our
Right.
rules. How is that going to be picked up?
Right.
And that's what I was looking for.
Right, exactly.
But so she also had the problem that somebody said it before and there was no record of it. So this will be that record.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm clarifying.
Right.
Good point, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you.
And I see what you're saying, that she can go back to the minutes.
So committee recommendation was to grant her exception to board rule. Show of hands for in favor. Unanimous.
Okay, our next, thank you, Dr. Our next item on the agenda was recommendation possible action for staff referral to licensing committee for DDS 5, and I will turn this over to Ms. Studdard. We did go into executive session on this one. So Ms. Studdard, will you lead us in that discussion, please?
Yes, sir. So this applicant had some history with another state board. He actually has an Idaho licensure that is restricted. which means he can only practice under supervision for a period of 1 year. And that restriction is still in force for some disciplinary history that happened when he had his license in Oregon. So because of that history, the committee recommended a 3-year probated suspension, 1 year of direct supervision, and he can only practice in a nonprofit dental setting during that 1 year. And he needs board approval if he wants to remove the nonprofit and direct supervision requirement. And a request for board approval can't be done until 1 year after the order is ratified.
Ms. Studdard, can we say why he lost his license in Oregon, or can we not say that?
We can say that.
We could say that for the non-committee members that were in there, he was possession of marijuana. A patient had given him marijuana. It was not legal at that time. He never used the marijuana. And he also had some insurance fraud.
He's available if the board would like to hear from him.
And I think the committee, and I don't think we need to hear from him. The committee voted unanimously to accept those rules that we came up with, what Ms. Studdard just read to us, which I think it's going to really rein him in and give him a chance to be able to gain his license again in 3 years.
So the committee's recommendation was to grant license under restrictions and probated suspension as.
Bless you.
Is there any discussion? Saying none. Show of hands in favor.
Dr. Henderson.
In favor of committee recommendation. Again, unanimous. Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, item number 6, and is Sonia available to go to this? It's committee recommendation and possible action of treatment of advertising for temporomandibular disorders.
I'll actually be handling that.
Okay, great, and I'll give you the rest here on down. It's the same, it's the same thing,
I
right?
believe Anitra will be on.
Oh, Anitra will be on. Okay, good. Okay.
Yes, basically, so the question was posed at the last board meeting about advertising as a TMJ specialist. Ms. Subash did do a very in-depth look into this issue about whether that is something that's allowable under the current official case specialty that we've adopted. The first thing she looked at and found was that based on the information that you have, some of these specialty boards, that yes, the organization does include TMJ treatment and can be classified as a TMJ specialist. So obtain that particular specialty, you can advertise as a TMJ specialist. The second part of that is if you are a general dentist, you do not have that specialty, you can still advertise under our board rules is 108.55 and 56, I believe, 5455 and 56. As long as you make it clear that you are a general dentist, and then you can list your credentials as a TMJ specialist, provided you meet the other requirements of our board rules.
In the bold print, whatever
Yes.
print you're specialized in, your general dentist has to be in that same
Correct.
print. That's right. Did we vote on this or not?
No, it was
right.
just discussion.
Okay. All right, our next agenda item was Anitra and with the dental public health, and it's is Anitra on?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Thank you, Anitra.
So this discussion item came from Rule 119, and that allows the dental board to grant dental licensure to dentists who graduate from non-accredited U.S. or foreign dental schools. And they're allowed to get dental licensure if they successfully complete a CODA accredited dental specialty residency program. CODA recognizes 12 dental specialties, and one of them is the dental public health. Now, the dental public health residency curriculums do not include clinical practice or hands-on training. So this issue came before us because a member of the public was concerned that dentists who are granted dental licensure through this rule after completion of a DPH program may lack appropriate clinical training to practice general dentistry. Through my research, I did look at what CODA requires for entrance to a DPA residency program. And they do require that the applicant holds a DDS or DMD degree from a CODA accredited dental school or its equivalent. So CODA does require that these DPH programs evaluate the coursework of the applicants either themselves or by using a credentialing company to determine whether the applicant's dental education is equivalent to a DDS or DMD from an accredited CODA dental school. And so, you know, with CODA DDS and DMDs, they are required to have clinical training once they complete their degree. So it's reasonable to believe that if those applicants are found to have an equivalent degree, that they do have at least the basic clinical requirements of a DDS or DMD. Now, I did not find a dental board that had an equivalent or similar rule for obtaining dental licensure, but there are several ways that foreign educated dentists have been obtaining their licensure in other states. For instance, many dental boards require foreign educated dentists to graduate from a CODA accredited dental school. Other dental boards will allow successful completion of the last 1 or 2 years of an accredited dental school. And then there are a few other boards that will grant a limited or restricted license. And they will do that, but those dentists will be restricted in their practice. And also they would be restricted from receiving compensation. So I have in the materials a paper, a memo that discusses my research. And then also I've included the requirements that CODA has for both DDS and DMD license or dental schools, and then also CODA requirements for the DPH programs. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So I just wanted to find out about the international school in Saudi Arabia that was approved, CODA approved. Has that school already opened?
I'm not sure, but I can get that information for you.
And do you have any idea what the motivation was behind that, or how did they apply? Or I'm just curious.
I don't, but I can do some more research and get that information to you.
Was there any action?
There was no action out of the committee. Yes, thank you.
I was just gonna maybe, Dr. Maldonado, as far as what I understand, these foreign trained schools, many states have the requirement that you have to be in a CODA approved. So there's one in Mexico that is CODA approved, and there is one in now Saudi Arabia. I know these number of schools internationally are looking to get recognized by CODA so their students can come over here. And I get a little bit slippery when this is talking about what is equivalent. Many of these programs will accept these foreign trained dentists because they're willing to pay a lot of money to be rostered there. And they're sponsored by, a lot of OPEC oil money. I know A&M takes them, all these, I'm sure you, Texas Tech will as well when they open in El Paso. So this is something that we have to talk about as a board. They may say it's equivalent, but then who's to say what that is? And they're because they want them to come over and get rostered.
Who would typically these credentialing companies that they're talking about?
I don't know about them, but I'm sure there's people out there that will credential whatever. They'll credential you in your office as well. So.
And I share that sense too. I don't know that. And I think that's what Ms. Levy was talking about as well, that maybe we need to look at that a little more. Any of you who have not been part of a CODA site evaluation, if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to do it because it's quite a lengthy sort of process.
Well, I have a question about the rules. So what does Texas law state that as long as it's a CODA approved undergraduate or doctorate program, then they would be eligible for a Texas license?
That's correct.
Yes.
And that could be one of our candidates that was asking for licensing.
Yeah.
He didn't go to a CODA approved school, got his training, got rostered, got listed, got his education, but didn't meet that CODA statement. And so that's why it's probably in our rules.
All right, just three more. We're almost through licensing.
Thank you, Anitra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Now, committee recommendation and possible action for code 108.55, and this is advertising for a general dentist. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Studdard.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. This is a simple amendment. It's updating the rules to include the 3 additional specialty areas: oral medicine, dental anesthesiology, and oral facial pain that were recently added to Board Rule 108.54.
Yes.
Yes, and this was a unanimous vote out of committee.
Right.
Yeah.
Any discussion on this? So what came out of committee was sort of a addition to the rule, but 108.55. All in favor of committee recommendation? Show of hands.
Really?
Unanimous, all opposed? Any opposed? See none. Thank you. Board.
Okay, and Ms. Studdard, you want to take as well?
Yes. So the next agenda item is 101 Board Rule 101.2. It's now up for adoption and was proposed at the last board meeting. It's regarding the name change of NERV to CDCA, and there were no comments regarding this rule.
Any discussion? Cool. So this was up for adoption. The changes in 101.2. All in favor of the recommendation? Show of hands. Thank you. Unanimous vote. Thank you, board.
The next agenda item is board rule concerning board rule 103.2 regarding the dental hygiene licensure by exam. Same change. We're updating the rule to reflect that NERV has been changed to CDCA, and there were no public comments regarding this rule.
Yeah. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Show of hands. Thank you. Unanimous vote again. Thank you, board.
We had one public comment. It was Dr. Plemis with the TDA House of Delegates. And the TDA is on board with live patients, simulator, and a virtual. And I don't think we need to hear from her. No, that was from licensing committee meeting. And that, Dr. Hughes, my report.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. So can we take a 5-minute break here? The time is 10:56. So we'll meet back at 11:01.
5 minutes, that's all I get, 5 minutes.
I
convened. The time is 11:11 a.m. Thank you. Dr. Burke, Dental Practice Committee.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu. And thank you to my committee. My committee members were Dr. Maldonado. I also had Dr. Henderson, Ms. Lois Palermo, Ms. Catherine Sisk, myself, and David Yu. We went over basically, we had 3 items. Two of,
Are we back live? streaming?
Yes, it says live on mine.
I know it says live, but it shows that we're on a break.
Monday.
Yes, it is live, sorry.
He'll just take that down. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
it's okay. It's
The
no
sound
problem.
should be going though. So.
Yeah, it is live.
Oh, it just
was
took a
waiting for me
second.
to say yes.
You know what, but do we have everyone? Lois and Ms. Sisk are not here, are they?
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have 3 items on our agenda. 2 were action items, 1 was a non-action item, so I'll take them in order. Our first agenda item was committee recommendation and possible action on rulemaking pertaining to Botox. We currently have a policy statement that was approved by the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners on April 16th of 2010. And that was actually, that position statement was published in the Texas Register on May 14th, 2010. We need to remember that this policy statement is a non-enforceable policy statement. So if there's ever a standard of care issue involving Botox, that practitioner will come before the board as a case-by-case matter. The Dental Practice Act, as written, does include the use of Botox within the scope of dental practice. In other words, if it's being utilized for a dental therapeutic purpose, it is something that it just needs to be properly documented. So the committee voted unanimously yesterday to eliminate this policy. Do I hear a motion to approve the committee recommendation?
So moved.
Okay. The motion was made by Dr.
Committee,
Needs a
committee
motion, just not a
recommendation does
second.
not require a second. Any discussion, board? See none? All in favor of committee recommendation to strike the policy statement from the board website? All in favor, unanimous vote. Thank you, board.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yu. Our second agenda item was committee recommendation and possible action on residencies and the practice of dentistry. The committee discussed licensure by credentials and when does a residency actually rise to the level of practice. When we have an out-of-state applicant that is applying for licensure, what criteria do they need to meet in order to obtain their Texas license by the credentialing committee? What we decided was it would probably be best to give a directive for our staff to gather more information and continue to look at each applicant as a case-by-case issue or matter. But that pretty much is it for residency, unless Ms. Camp, did I miss anything?
I didn't know that was pretty succinct. You can read all about it in my memo that I drafted. The only thing I would say to that is if there are specific items outside of our normal licensing items that we gather when these cases go to the licensing committee that you want, such as information on the specific residency program, curriculum, cases seen, whether it was stipend, salary, any of those or pieces of information, I think would be appropriate to say that those are the specific things that you would like. If not, we'll continue to gather as going forward, but I believe that's what Dr. Burke is referring to with directing staff to gather more information.
Yes. Okay. And that was a non-action item. So moving on to our third agenda item, it was committee recommendation and possible action on Rule 108.7. We have been given the okay to allow our COVID-19 emergency rule to expire today, June 18th, and the emergency rule is part of 108.7. Our board staff will update our COVID-19 guidance on our website and will encourage our licensees to adhere to the current CDC guidelines for dental settings. Do I hear a motion to approve the board recommendation?
I make a motion to approve that committee.
Dr. Henderson, motion.
108.7 as written by staff.
We don't need a second. It's coming out of committee, and all in favor of the 108.7 allowing the COVID rules to expire. It's unanimous. So we have unanimous in favor.
Well, it's updating the language as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure we're not lit. Thank you. Adopting this as written.
Right.
And also we mentioned about putting the CDC, information on the website. Yes,
This
Ms.
is point of
Jones.
order. With this change, is it gonna need to go through the registry and all of that stuff? So it's not officially gone until we vote again.
So the emergency rule will expire. We're just officially taking the language out that was accidentally added during another amendment to the rule. This was language that the register believed that we wanted in there permanently that we didn't. So we're just correcting a mistake basically, but it's not, we're not still holding our licensees to it. That emergency will expire today for your vote.
I also wanted to make an additional comment because it was confusing to me initially until it was explained. It's basically to clean up our rule because we have it as subsection 16 is our COVID emergency rule and Halcyon is 17. So if we remove that, is the next thing that we adopt or add going to now be 18 and we're just skipping a 16? So what we're going to do is just renumber and clean that up.
That's what it does. Because it does. Thank you.
Great explanation.
Dr. McNeil.
So just so I'm complete in my understanding, on Monday, no temperature checks. We're not doing
On Saturday.
on Saturday.
No patients having to wear masks in your waiting room.
Correct.
Yeah.
As of now,
As of, well,
As of right now, we just voted on it.
Midnight.
we just voted.
We go on practicing like COVID never existed.
to let it expire when it expires.
Well, even though the mandates have been lifted, each practice has their own policies.
So tomorrow,
However you feel.
Tomorrow.
everybody can do what is to whatever their level of comfort is.
I mean, the ADA still actually recommends pre-appointment screening and, hazard assessment. And, and partially because OSHA has issued an emergency federal temporary standard for infection control for large facilities and things like that. And dentistry has so far been exempt from that. So, but again, it's up to each individual practices at this point.
But still, it is an OSHA concern with hygienists and assistants and doctors who don't remove their first mask after leaving the room with their mask on. So, yeah, I'm glad we're going back to work, especially our office is completely vaccinated.
Yes, Dr.
And so this also, like the applying of, or the use of the N95, all of that.
It's gone. It's gone.
Everything's gone.
Back to practicing.
Individual
choice.
Individual choice.
Pre-COVID, yeah.
I think vaccinations have been a game changer. So thank God we have that. And Dr. McNeil, disciplinary.
Disciplinary. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my group. We have a new group. We have Dr. Melcher, Dr. Maldonado, and Miss Pride. And then, of course, Dr. Yu is joining us as well. We had a really nice discussion from Dr. Bell about some of the processes involved in the disciplinary realm. We had a great update by legal, and we kind of just discussed where we were, where we are now, some of the fine tuning that happened. The pre-ISC dismissal opportunities, that's something that we've all been involved in the past several years. Certainly appreciate the board members for their participation in that. And I think it's been a good experience as far as making things efficient, trying to have people down to Austin when we need people to come down to Austin. When you're given that sheet and you look at it, if you think it makes more sense for this person to come down and present, then that's what you need to do as a board member. So that was really good. I think from an ISC standpoint, I spoke with Lee with anesthesia inspections. They're doing a great job with that. You always have the opportunity if there is an anesthesia concern that you have, and it's someone who has a level 2 permit or beyond, that you do have that as an opportunity, and that's something that is being utilized through the ISC process. So just know they're ready and capable and willing to help out on that front. We did have a discussion about the Senate bill that was passed as that applies to remedial plans. Legal is going to work on some wording for some rule change opportunities that will sort of meet the measure of the law that was passed there. So we do not have that to present to you today. But in general, very happy to be moving in the direction that we are. And it was a involvement from everyone's staff, board members, for sure. That's my report, sir.
And there was no action in the disciplinary committee. And again, the only recommendation was to have board staff draft a rule in our September meeting, as Dr. McNeil stated. And you know, it's really, and one of the things that we did mention was to have the licensees, they're responsible for requesting or remove the remedial plan from their record after the 5th year anniversary of their agreed settlement offer. So just FYI on that, and we look forward to entertaining the rule in the next meeting. Any public comments?
Still, is on here, says for the board.
Is Dr. Plenum?
She's just going to be available.
Okay, great. So we have no public.
I think we got a letter about laser usage, but we want to look over that. So in item number 16, discussion approval of 2022 board meeting calendar. So, obviously we want you to review the meeting calendar in your packet and block off those dates. If you have any conflicts, obviously you want to let the board staff know for next year. Thank you for getting it out so early. That helps a lot. Agency reports.
So before we move on,
Yes.
as far as the calendar goes, I believe there might be some discussion points that Dr. Henderson wanted to bring up, because we do need a vote on the future dates. So if there is going to be any type of changes or offered up.
One of my discussions, and really I'll leave this to the agency and Dr. Yu, but I was proposing to move the entire calendar up a month so that we wouldn't have a December meeting. It would be in November before Thanksgiving. So the holiday time after Thanksgiving, it wouldn't be present. And so if you're going to do that, you might as well move everything up. September, schools in session in Austin, universities here, football weekends were really difficult. You got to find the away game in order to book the meeting. So if you move it into August before school starts, possibly, then you have to. And so same with the March, you end up in spring break. If you're not careful with people who have kids on spring break and we're trying to set a meeting, we just go ahead and move it up to February. But that was my suggestion.
We used to have.
We used to,
meetings
right,
in that order.
correct,
And it got moved a couple of years ago.
correct.
Yeah.
And so I'm only bringing that out to I didn't realize, always thought the committee, it was just here are the dates, and I didn't realize it was a votable date. So now that we've got the proposed date, I would say, hey, look, if the agency can move dates, would that be acceptable to the board, or we just want to take it? Because, they're giving us plenty of notice, but they got to see if the room's available. There's a lot of work to do to change those dates. But that's my discussion on the dates.
So Dr. Henderson and I briefly discussed this before the meeting today, and if you like his idea, which I live here, so it's fine with me whatever time we do it. But if you like this idea, what I would suggest is that give us that feedback, and if you'd like to move it up a month, say August instead of September, that sort of thing, then we'll do the necessary research to see what events are going on in Austin those months. Because what Wendy typically does is she looks at the calendar, she sees, is there a UT football game? Is there a conference? What's going to conflict with your travel and the rooms? So we can propose new dates to you at the September meeting in those months, if that's what you guys would prefer.
Can we just back it up like February, May,
Yes. That's
August,
exactly what
and
he's
November?
suggesting.
Just back it up.
But we'll still need to set those dates.
Okay, okay.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Let's say we try to move it to February and it's South by Southwest, and you're just completely booked here for 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
We might need to be a little bit flexible, but it would be nice if maybe we could have 8 dates to pick from.
Sure.
Or if 8 don't work, maybe 7 or 6, and say we can maybe move these months.
Let's let staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So we'll repropose in September some dates, moving everything back a month, right? That's what you would like, August instead of September, November instead of December, right?
Well, so, and not to add more trouble, but the testing agencies are gonna start asking us to sign up for exams.
Right.
And I always wait for these dates to be published before I offer. And I know they'll be starting to ask for when are we gonna start doing exams for Rev or CDCA.
Can it wait until September or it means?
What, normally they ask for it before then.
Yeah.
Email the board on.
Yeah, next month usually.
That way, it doesn't have to be public to vote.
No, I don't think.
No, it doesn't have to be.
I mean, if the board is taking a vote, yes, that needs to be public, but if you guys want to defer to board staff on the dates, and we can do it that way.
I think we should.
And then I obviously will get input.
Thank you. That's what I would like.
Yeah, before September, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If we can get that by the end of July, Reb asks us in July, usually July or August, when
Okay.
exams.
Okay, I'll look at dates and then if the calendar requires a board vote, we will officially do the vote in September, but I can be in discussion with our chair about the dates ahead of time. Yes, so yes, we moved on to that. Yes, we're next agenda. No action needs to be taken then. I've got the feedback I need and we can move on. All right, so my apologies for moving our agenda around earlier today without a vote, but we are on to our secretary vote. So Rule 100.4B states that the board shall annually elect a secretary from its members to serve a 1-year term. The role of the secretary includes, but is not limited to, attending board meetings and calling roll, serving on the executive committee pursuant to Rule 100.6A, and assuming responsibilities of the presiding officer as needed. So what's going to happen today is if we have more than one nomination for the secretary position, then we're going to do a ballot vote. So what I'll do is hand over the floor to Dr. Yu to open up the board for nominations. After we've established nominations, Dr. Yu will then close the nomination period and board members will be given a paper ballot to vote immediately. You can fold those over and hand them in to me. We'll count those and then Dr. Yu will announce our new board secretary. We can take a brief recess while we count the votes and should take more than 2 to 5 minutes. So Dr. You would like to open up the floor for nomination? But Dr.
I had a question as far as when we count these votes, if there are multiple people being voted, are you elected by the majority of the votes received or does it require majority of the board?
Elected by the majority of votes received.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have nominations for board secretary? This is a 1-year term. Each year we'll have to re-elect or appoint a new member. Dr. Henderson.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Kirsch.
Any other?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Maria.
Nominations, the person does not need to be present. You may nominate yourself and nominations do not need a second.
Any other nominations? Okay, thank you, board. And we can. So the two nominated.
We'll pass them down.
Ms. Jones.
I got 10
I
votes.
just want to make sure that you have enough. Yeah.
I got 10. Is that enough? I mean-
I've got extras. Can I vote?
Fast forward.
You have to-
So we can take a 5-minute recess, please. The
Yeah.
time now is 11:30.
There you go.
Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now reconvene. The time now is 11:37. Thank you, board. So we did the nominations for the board secretary, and the winner is Dr. Kirsch. So he has been reappointed, reelected.
Thank you to all of our nominees.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, now we're at the agency reports. Ms. Nichols.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kirsch. I mean, Dr. Yu.
Close enough.
You're on my right. So give a brief update on how the agency is handling COVID-19. The governor opened back up the state. So our emergency rule portion of the rule, like we just decided today, 108.7 will expire today. It will not be amended or renewed. And board staff, as directed by the board, will be updating our website and notify our licensees that rule is no longer in effect and that they should adhere to the CDC guidelines, but they are no longer under an emergency rule. Our agency staff continues to work remotely for the most part. We do have staff in the office every day working, and we are greeting people that come to the office. Masks are no longer mandatory in communal office spaces. Employees may request that an individual don a mask while in their office or workspace, but in our communal areas, masks are not mandatory or required. Virtual meetings. We will continue to offer a virtual component to our meetings and our informal settlement conferences. Due to the COVID-19 disaster declaration, the governor did suspend certain provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which allow us to meet how we have today with a hybrid option of people streaming and participating in the meeting virtually and us being here in Austin. So even after the governor lifts that suspension, there are provisions of the Open Meeting Act that will allow us to continue with a virtual component. So as long as our presiding officer and the board are happy with how things are going, we'll continue to offer that option, especially at informal settlement conferences, which makes it easier for travel. The budget, the Texas State Board of Dental Examiner 2022-2023 budget. We just finished up legislative session. The agency did receive a partial restoration of the governor's mandated 5% reduction from 2020, sorry. That includes FTEs for our investigator and anesthesia inspector. We also received funding to upgrade our licensing and our enforcement database, and funding for our move to the George H.W. Bush State Office Building, which is currently scheduled for summer of 2022. I believe this building is set to be sold in summer of 2022. And so all of us we don't have to go home, but we can stay here. So we are scheduled to be moving to the George Bush Building. Hopefully it'll be finished. Some of our staff, Chris and Leticia, were able to, and Wendy were able to go and view the new building and walk around and take pictures. And they said it's going to look really beautiful. So that's exciting. Unfortunately, we did not receive the funding for our director of investigations position or the 3% merit salary increase for qualified employees. But board staff, we are going to try to move some funds around to create a director of investigations position because Dr. Bell's been wearing two hats for too long. So we'll try to work some things, move some things around to create that position and take some of the work off of her plate. Quick legislative update. I know you guys get my emails, but some of the bills that I sent you all have already been signed by the governor. So the teledentistry bill is HB 2056 that was passed and was sent to the governor on May 28th, 2021. Was it signed? Did you? It was signed. It was signed. Okay, I think it might have been signed yesterday or 2 days ago. Okay, so since I wrote this, it's been signed. So we will have some teledentistry discussions going on at our next board meeting. This bill defines teledentistry, including the standard of care, supervision of remote team members, and clinical regulations. Remedial plans, SB 1534, we discussed that at Dr. McNeil's committee. This was signed by the governor on June 7th, 2021, and we'll be doing some rulemaking in the coming board meetings. Military veteran and spouses, that's HB 139, that passed and was signed by the governor on May 18th. And this bill will require state agencies to issue a license with a residency requirement this will require us to issue license and allow a permanent change of station order to serve as proof of residency, sorry, for military veterans and their spouses. Electronic prescribing waivers. So this started at the beginning of the year, January 1 of 2021. We had to scramble a little bit to get this program up and running, but it's going very smoothly now. We've processed approximately 2,381 electronic prescribing waiver applications. I would like to especially thank Trina Smith, Lauren Studdard, and Wendy Richardson for their assistance with this project. This fall, we plan to migrate from the approval status from that master list that's on our website now and put all that information into each practitioner's specific profile. So when the practitioner applies for and receives an electronic prescribing waiver, the pharmacy will be able to go to that practitioner's profile on our website to see, yes, that person's been approved. I think this will just look more official than what we're doing now with the list. The list was really just, we had to do something, and this was the most low-cost way to get that information out there. Special thanks to Christine Mendez and her team. They're going to help us head up that project of migrating the information from the list to the practitioner profiles. And I do have to give a very special thank you to Leticia Capel for her assistance with legislative session. I cannot have done it without her. She's amazing, and I love her so much. And also Dr. Tillman, who is not here, but he was a great help and resource to us, along with all of our directors. I really appreciate their helping me get through my first ledge session. It's stressful, it's a lot of work, and I could not have done it without them. So that's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Yu.
And thank you on behalf of the entire board for your work, and especially the email updates that really helps us. And that's one of the things that we're hoping, that we get apprised of what's going on, and appreciate all that.
I too concur. I love the updated emails. You're doing a great job.
Yes.
I really appreciate that. So, thank you.
The segue to Dr. Leticia Capel, our Finance Administration Division report.
Well, hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you, Casey. I'm very happy that you're here. I don't have a whole lot of information unless anyone has questions regarding what we did receive or what we didn't receive during the session. My first upload is the budget as of the 7th of June. And so we're now in the 4th quarter of this fiscal year. And I just wanted to remind everyone that yes, we have, although during session we received a partial restoration, we won't get that money back until at least September 1st or the next fiscal year. Right now, we still need to focus on the funds that of the original 5%. So we gave a partial last fiscal year. This fiscal year, it's over 200,000 that we still need to give back. So that's just a reminder. And also for the new board members, I wanted to say, and then as a reminder for everyone else, that because you may get questions in the future regarding our budget and our fees. Any fees that the agency receives, whether those are fines, anything regarding the remedial plans, licensing fees, all of those items do come to the agency and are processed. However, we don't have access to those, to any of those funds. Those funds go straight to the general revenue fund of the state of Texas. The agency's budget is set during the legislative session. And then at the beginning of the fiscal year, there are lots of journal entries and budget entries that happen where the comptroller gives agencies their money. And that's what we pay for everything with. We do not use the fees as they come in. We just don't have the authority for that. Again, if anyone has any questions regarding that, I'm always happy to answer those. But moving on back to the budget, we're in a good spot, even though we have to give back that 211,000 this year. it's looking good. And then I uploaded fines and the DRP payments that we've made. As far as HR is concerned, the agency is right around 50 full-time employees. We've had a couple of employees leave for personal reasons. They have left the state and have at least one of them has sought employment elsewhere. But those positions have been posted. We're working towards filling the positions as quickly as we can. That's all I have. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
So, and thank you for your work, Ms. Capel. I know you have been doing quite a bit during the legislative session, especially, and I know our last pay raise for qualified employees was the last legislative session, and we're all hoping for that 3%. But one of my missions and our missions as a board is to try to retain our excellent board staff, and it's essential to carry out our governor-directed mission. And it makes it so difficult when we hear numbers that we're a small agency can't match other agencies' pay point, and our turnover and lack of staff taxes are already limited resources. So I'm really appreciative of all the extra duty that our staff has had to deal with during this time, and appreciate you definitely as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have licensing division. Dr. Bell.
Ms. Mendez.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mendez. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My report is fairly short. I have the 3 documents there for you to review. It's an anesthesia report. It is a revised report that just consists of the 3rd quarter and then the running numbers for anesthesia inspections. We also have the CE audits there. And then we have just the regular licensing numbers where we're at and what we're doing. And so just to touch briefly on the anesthesia program, we're currently have inspections scheduled through October of 2021. March compliance letters have gone out. We're almost done with the April compliance letters, and we'll get those out as soon as we review the inspections. And then just as a reminder, September 1, staff will no longer mail out renewal certificates. So anyone that is renewing their license after September 1 and on, you're not going to get that automatic license in the mail anymore. You'll have to go to the website and print it out yourself. Of course, the duplicates will still be available for those that want, one printed from the agency. There's a fee for that. And then just give you an update on where we are in processing our initial applications. We are currently letting folks know that our applicants know that the processing is 4 to 6 weeks. For the dentist, we are processing currently applications received on June 1st. For hygienists, it's June 4th. For dental assistants, it's May 24th. You have any questions for me?
Sorry, Ms. Mendez, can you remind the board how many new licensee applications you've had to process in your division this season?
How many?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I've never looked at it that way, but I will remind folks that previously at the expos that we've held, they've been about 400 for each, but not just necessarily licensed. It's just folks that come in, maybe for one reason or another, they don't qualify, but we assist that many on those 2-day events. So unfortunately, due to everything going on with COVID, we were not able to have an expo event this year. And it doesn't look like we're going to have one next year because if we're moving, we don't know what the setup's going to look like.
So you've got a lot of licensees that always demand your attention. I appreciate all your good work. Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Mendez, thank you for the anesthesia update, and I appreciate that. And I was just going to answer, we have about 75,000 registrations or licensees that we manage that are in. So if we're doing it every other year, maybe she's doing half of that every day. I mean,
Right.
each year. So I mean, it's a lot of
Right.
people. So great job. Thank you so much.
Great work.
Thank you.
All right, moving on.
I just kind of a point of order when we were talking about rev and credits and CDCA. CDCA, they aren't always able to get their results right at the end of the day of taking the exam because they send the models, the mannequin mouths back, and a lot of them are graded at their headquarters. So I don't know how they determine which ones they're going to send back and which ones are going to have people there, examiners there to grade them on site. But that is something with the CDCA that may need worked out.
Any other comments for Ms. Mendez? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mendez. You're amazing. And now, Dr. Bell, Dental Division Investigations Report.
Good morning, board. Did y'all hear that? Dr. Yu tried to give me a third division. I'm very thankful to just have my two. I will go over the investigations report first. You'll find that within your board member materials. The biggest thing to highlight, and certainly that staff is most proud of, would be that they currently in their possession have 0 cases over 75 days old. So we've kind of flirted with that a little bit, but for this past quarter, everything is younger than 75. So that really sets us up to meet that 180-day goal to have the case set for an ISC. So that gives us essentially half the time to make the way through DRP and again, set it for an ISC for legal. So everything is doing incredibly well. I did want to mention that the new cases that we're receiving went up by 27% this quarter. So it went up to 276. That has increased the average caseload per investigator to 16 cases. And we haven't seen it that high since December 2019. So we ask for a lot of attention to detail when they're completing those cases. But when they're spread thin, it's a little more difficult for them to give us the quality of work that we're asking for. So I was very happy to hear that, what's the song? You don't always get what you want, but at least sometimes you get what you need. So hopefully with an additional body within the division, that will help distribute some of those cases and get the caseload back down to a little bit more comfortable level. So again, we can continue to demand the high quality of work that we then can pass along to DRP or straight to legal. Again, very proud of the team. If you have any questions on any of the numbers that you see below, please let me know.
Questions for Dr. Bell? See none, thank you. And you have some DRP applicants, a single.
I have, if you'll don't mind allowing me to hop over to dental practice, I'll just hit a couple points. So essentially, that division is doing amazingly well. Also, we only have 24 cases that have been completed by DRP and are waiting to be reviewed and passed along to legal. And again, I put in my report to add some perspective, not that long ago, that queue was sitting at 289. So that's when we went from, when y'all would normally come, you would do one ISC date, and that's when we doubled up and did 2 per trip, again, to try to catch up. But essentially, we're caught up. So Ms. Studdard and I, and of course, Ms. Nichols are in discussion to see how many of those ISC dates we will need moving forward. And I think in general, you'll see fewer needed as we keep going, because everyone is working in more real time. The only exception is, as always, the specialties that we just don't have quite enough of. Many of you have referred colleagues, and we greatly appreciate it. The one that you're voting on today, I believe they turned around all their training and submitted both reports within a week or two. You know, I believe it came in at 1 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday night. So, but again, is an excellent candidate, did an amazing job. But any level 3 general practitioners, oral and maxillofacial surgeons, periodontists, and especially prosthodontists, even though that work aligns quite a bit with general dentistry, our statute and rules that guide our process require that at least one of the reviewers is of the same training as the individual who is the respondent. So I believe we have one working prosthodontist. And so we don't have a ton of cases in that area, but they still have to wait for the one person to become available. So just continue to think about that, and feel free. Jacob's probably the best direct contact, but certainly send them to me. Send them anywhere. We'll find them, and we'll do our best to get them trained. Again, you see the metrics down below in the report. I put a little bit different visual on there for the second picture that you see. It's just a different way to represent the same numbers that you find in the chart up above that. Jacob and Jessica put that together to kind of analyze how many cases we felt were going to need to be set for ISC. And I thought it was a different and interesting way to look at the data. And then you'll find the dismissals, no violation found by DRP at the very bottom of the report. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions on any of this information. And we do have one DRP member that is up for vote.
So Dr. Bell, you and legal done a great job removing the ISC and the demand of the cases and the lag time that when I first got appointed to this board. So I'm going to say between the communication between the 2 divisions or 3 divisions, if you want to go ahead and have 2 yourself, you're doing a great job, and such a good job. It's really hard for me to justify not letting her have more divisions. I mean, that 3rd division. So I just want to publicly tell you, you guys are doing a great job with that. And I'm glad I don't have to come down for ISCs.
And I remember even the Blue Ribbon panel, how you literally stayed up all night, almost every night, trying to get all the data together. I mean, you're just an amazing worker. But you know, again, just to reiterate, the dentists and specialists, especially that are watching, you know, if you're interested, you know, we're still in need of level 3 GPs, oral surgeons, periodontists, and prosthodontists. So refer your friends, refer people that would be good DRP reviewers. And for me, you know, just to reiterate, it's not, you're not doing it for the money, although it's pretty good money. But it's really to help improve yourself, because when I was a DRP member, I was able to really break down standard of care, get to know the board rules, and really become a better practitioner from that. But it also helps the board too. So we appreciate all you do. Do we need a vote, a motion for the Dr. Vince? The applicant.
We do. I mean, but I didn't know if we were going to get to that on our agenda now.
Anything else, Dr. Bell?
No, sir. I believe that's it. Just the vote. And of course, we're honored to have you as our PO, and welcome, Dr. Maldonado. We look forward to working with both of you.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the DRP new member that Dr. Bell is recommending.
I'll second that. Dr. Henderson makes the motion. Dr. Kirsch seconds. All in favor, show of hands. Motion carries, excluding Dr. McNeil. So the vote is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bell. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And next is legal division report.
So our legal division report is in your materials for your review. You'll see the total number of cases that have been closed by legal. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about that. We do expect our SOA numbers to rise starting for the next board meeting. Cassie and our staff attorneys have been working very hard on getting our cases set at SOA. Other than that, we're just looking forward to working with Dr. Maldonado and Ms. Pride and seeing them at our ISCs. Our ISCs have been running very smoothly, and I'll extend invitations for them to observe or attend. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, going through these ISCs is one of our safety duties as board members. You know, it directly impacts the public protection that we're obligated to do. So thank you, Ms. Dutton, for your work, and especially the legal team's efforts with getting those numbers amazing. Thank you.
Can I make a comment? I really do appreciate the legal team. And I think this is probably one of the best board staff that we have ever had, as far as how y'all work together and the camaraderie that y'all have. It's pleasant for us to see, and we really appreciate all y'all's hard work. Really do. Thank y'all.
I was thinking that earlier.
Any questions or comments from the start? See none. All right. And any announcements from the board? Dr. Henderson.
You know, I always like to make announcements. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Yu, and Dr. Maldonado for joining us, and look forward to meeting Ms. Price as well. I would like to announce to the chair that I've done my work already, and I've selected Dr. McNeil as my assistant chairman on the anesthesia committee. Since we didn't have an anesthesia committee report, I have to get that in there somehow in this meeting. So I would like to make that announcement.
Is that legal?
We'll make a note.
Have you two together?
I do have an announcement as well, and I have selected Miss Lois Palermo. Miss Lois Palermo as my vice chair for licensing committee as well.
Great.
She has accepted.
So we'll make a note.
Yes.
Okay.
And I selected for dental practice, Dr. Brian Henderson, and he accepted.
Aw,
Guys. Okay, once again, welcome Ms. Pride and Dr. Maldonado to the board. We look forward to working with you guys and your contributions to the board. It's a great team you have. I'm very honored. And you know, the few board staff that we a lot of times take for granted because they do their job behind the scenes and just to make our lives easier. And you know, given all the technology and the stuff that we've had to deal with for the last year, I wanted to recognize our tech geniuses, Dan Matthews, Chris Gregory.
Yes.
Big behind the scenes is Miss Wendy Bridges.
Yes.
And they're willing to help always without complaining, and just risen to the challenges that we've had. And proud of Miss Jones for getting her MBA. Same for Bobby, but any other announcements from the board?
Just a quick announcement, as housekeeping wise, this is our new home, and while we're in this building, room 225 is not usable. Facilities commission. Facilities commission is not going to try to make improvements on that room. It basically imploded during the ice storm. So I hope you all enjoy this room. This is our new home.
Yeah.
For a while.
For a while, till we move.
Yeah. Any other announcements, team? Thank you. Have a safe trip home. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Everybody.
No, Dr. Melcher and seconded by Dr. Kirsch, all in favor?
Aye.
It's a unanimous vote, excluding Dr. McNeil. You have to leave already. All right.
Great
Thank you,
job,
board.
Dr.
Thank you. The time now.
Oh,
is
Bobby, we were voting on him to do
The
all the
next
IC
meeting
for
is,
next year.
There
He
you
shouldn't
go.
have left.
Yes.
Good job, guys.
Yes,
Great
excellent
meeting
job.
you all.